Is this so big? Ooh, that's weird. Open at 36. Straddles at 33. So we should lift that up a few points. 76. 36. 39 or 69. Hey, Koshik. Straddles at 33. 33, 34, roughly. For like the last 10 minutes before market opened. The market reacted this morning to Netanyahu going for surgery, I believe. No, what was it? Underwent treatment for an early stage prostate tumor. And the market rocketed. Obviously, it probably shouldn't have rocketed or done anything, but I think it's just moving based on positioning. Market's just looking for a reason to move. And ES had swept the all-time highs on that move. So today now makes a new high on ES. And yesterday made the new high on SPX. NQ was on a rocket too. Just keeps going, but it looks like we're getting that pullback now. Does seem like we're headed down towards that centroid. I would have liked to see play towards the gap fill, but nothing there. Alma's upside weekly pivot is actually holding reasonably well. That she had since, I guess, over the weekend. Off that morning or off that pre-market high there was an opportunity to play that short off the 5 minutes, and the 1 minute basically confirmed, suggesting there was actually a IFVG and an IFVG retest. I played that this morning, but only held for about 10 points, thinking that we might hold. But it looks like I probably should have just held that. 10 o'clock is the University Michigan sentiment and 5-year inflation, 1-year inflation. So it might give a reason for the market to move. Pretty wide range by Alma. Basically the full week's range is in play today based on her pivots. And just based on positioning in general, it does look as if the low would be 70.50 on SPX and the high somewhere around 71.65, maybe even a bit higher towards 71.85. That's the only positioning that's kind of like worth paying attention to because of its large sizing. Everything else is like pretty small. Yeah, we got a few roadblocks in the way, but relative to those, it appears that Alma's positioning is based off of, or Alma's levels are based off of today's positionings that we can actually see. Yeah, I totally should have held. I guess initially I actually had my take profit around here, actually, about 156, 71.56 at ES. But I had to leave the computer, and again, I didn't leave it. I didn't leave the positioning. I think yesterday morning when we had played that short off of the gap fill and I didn't close out, it affected my next play, which was the afternoon. I think it was just around lunch or right before lunch. That short that we had taken, I would have said, yeah, I'm going to hold it and see if we can get a home run, especially if that morning one, if I closed that morning one, I would have played that one a bit different yesterday and just held and placed a break-even stop loss or something down to 70.85. I think that's what we were discussing yesterday based on levels. And then today I was like, I'm just going to take whatever I can get. And it was pre-market too, and I had to run away from the computer. So I was like, yeah, I'm just going to close it, take the 10 points and run. And then reassess on market open. Man, you're really up to date on the ICT acronyms. I think that's I forget what the R stands for, but it's external something liquidity to internal liquidity. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that would have been a pretty good play. Yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, it's internal to external. There's low probability. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's like one thing that I basically carried to volume profile and playing the sweeps. Except they were there were times that I used to wait for that IFVG or a fair value gap to form, or maybe even a break of structure or change of character on the 1 minute. Then I stopped really looking at the 1 minute until you made me start looking at it again. I was like, you know what? I'll pay attention. Because this morning, I was just looking at it comparatively. You got the first stall at around 7:10-ish. We reached a high, but no IFVG. And then come 7:30, you get a fair value gap created on the 1 minute, and then the IFVG created shortly after. And then a retest of the IFVGs seemed to be like the perfect entry. So it made a lot of sense. Whereas the first one at around 7 o'clock, it wasn't even worth trying. Plus, it didn't sweep yet either. But I can't say I was expecting a sweep today of the high of range, especially after yesterday's low of range sweep. Yeah, I got the 5:15 and the 1 hour up. I want to see this 4 hour close too. And it looks like it's going to be one massive top wick. The both Alma and vol signals are expecting an upward drift today, which is interesting. Yeah, so they were essentially, well, vol signals was cautioning selling today because he was thinking the positive drift was more likely. And Alma was saying the market is betting on the break of the top of Globex. So that pre-market high. Positioning supports that. It provides wide range with cautious upside bias. So if positioning's all based off of that, if that doesn't happen, you would expect it to pull back, no? This is how I see it. Yeah, that's a good point. I like that about VP also. So there's like a few different VP indicators that I just have drawn or I have active between time frames. And it's really just because I guess I'm lazy and I don't want to redraw levels all the time. And yeah, so it basically looks back a certain period of time or a number of candles. And I have it on the 15-minute and then the 1 hour. And then they obviously capture different ranges in time. But this one here, to me, the only thing that makes sense is capturing Friday through to today or yesterday for a VP range. If looking at the overall makeup of the range. But you're right, VP shouldn't change. How you display it changes, I guess. So that depending on the thickness of the nodes, sometimes the 1 hour naked POC might be different from the 15-minute POC and the 4-hour POC, just based on how the time, sorry, based on how the candle registers that volume. Yeah, the 10 a.m. news, the Michigan sentiment should give a reason for us to move. Pretty darn close to a gap fill. Just looking back to yesterday's 1-minute chart to see how we reacted off the gap fill. And I think NQ did the IFVG, but ES did not. I'll be tempted to long off of the gap fill around there, assuming we get down there. Yeah, you're referencing the previous day high and previous day low from the way that you draw it, right? Which is the swing high to swing low of the day. Okay. So drifting towards that gap fill. Hopefully something sets up off of there if it is an upward drift. But I'm really liking the way the 4-hour looks. Yeah, if you break into the suppressive charm, which is the yellow, we could drift lower. Yeah, charm is like oddly high right now. Especially if we break below that 7100 level, we'll start climbing. Currently sitting at 9 or -9, which is and then you multiply it by -2 and you get the amount of ES futures that either have to be bought or sold. But I would say charm is pretty ineffective during the AM. I find, but this time the charm is pretty, like, it's a lot higher than it should be, especially around like 1030, around that 70-75 level. But it might just kind of stay in this pocket where it's low charm, which is that darker gradient. Three more minutes. Actually, two more minutes. And check the daily here. Just hovering around that 0 gamma line on a daily. $70.70. $70.70. Oh wow, $70.70 picked up. I didn't even notice that. Okay. What happened there? $70.70 is long put positions, playing downside. Negative gamma with yellow charm should give us a meltdown as per textbook terms. Yeah, in theory. But they always caution, I think Vol Signal always cautions that negative gamma doesn't always mean down per se. But you're right, if we are in negative charm, I think that's where his bias would typically flip. But it's not the only flow. So I think that's where the challenge comes. Hopefully this is a primary flow for today. Dealer hedging flow becomes very effective. But there are times when it's ineffective, I do find. All right, there's the consumer sentiment report. Quick pop up. We're just living off of wicks here on the 4 hour in this range. $71.15. Basically getting held up by $71.15 at the moment. And then not much below that until 70.70 for this cluster in general. I'm just going to zoom in here. Just remember 70.70 is at 5,000 or 5,600. I just zoomed in just to see, just to kind of like put more emphasis in this area here. NQ's got a pretty decent volume imbalance, or you can call it a gap. I think a gap opened overnight, or from the 4 p.m. close, or the 5 p.m. close, I guess, to the 6 p.m. open in Globex. So there's definitely a chance that we run back down to test that. One of the guys that that I was trading with for a while, he is short NQ from 341, which was roughly when I entered the ES trade also, but he's still holding. And I think he's holding for the gap fill. the Globex Open. Yeah, Phil. But he normally hangs out in the Trade Edge server. That's where he kind of learned his volume profile. Let's see what Vol Signals is saying. U.S. pensions are modeled to sell 24 billion of U.S. equities for month end. So over the next week or so. Yeah. That's from Goldman Sachs. 24 billion to sell ranks in the 82nd percentile amongst all buy and sell estimates in absolute dollar value the past 3 years, and in the 91st percentile going back to January 2000. Capital flows. I might have to check them out. Yeah, for macro, I'm a huge fan of like certain podcasts to talk about macro, like Macro Voices. I've been listening to that for quite some time, like over 6 years, I have to say. Actually, I think over 8 years. Yeah, Macro Voices was pretty good podcast, and they've been around for a really long time. They have great guests, but not all guests are great. So that's the one thing I would caveat. And I kind of like, I think I try to listen to many different people's point of view and then try to consolidate it as best as I can, including Alma's, because Alma has pretty good macro takes too, and how it impacts the market or when it will impact the market. And she doesn't seem to have an agenda, which is why she was always kind of like a great follow from a macro perspective. Chem Carson is another one. He's the one that kind of put me on flows in general. Except he's been quite the doomer lately. Then I like listening to the Macro Dirt podcast, and that's more of a fun one. It's Tony Greer and Jared Dillian. Then Ninja Trader also has like decent guests that come by in the morning from a macro perspective, so kind of nice. But one of the mistakes that I've always made earlier on, when following macro guys, is I was listening to the guys that were the loudest, and most of them were doomers, and it took like years for their takes to kind of play out. Hang on. You said half gap on ES? I'm not tracking any gaps here on ES. Lynn Alden is also another great listen, and she offers a lot of free stuff on her website, including like some portfolio management stuff. Like Discord. Oh, I see. You're tracking the regular trading hour only on ES and NQ. Understood. Or I think you are. Let me see. Yeah. And in theory, that should be the SPX gap too, right? And the NDX gaps, which is good. I kind of watch ES with the electronic trading hours on. So it includes Globex. And then I also have like a small window that kind of tracks like a few things, including like VIX, and also have SPX up separately. Still holding above the daily 0 gamma line. And basically NQ filled all the fair value gaps created on a 15 or 1 hour time frame from that move up since 6 a.m. Yeah, about 6 a.m. Filled all the fair value gaps, but it was really like back tests of the previous day highs. So nothing for you, Koshik? No trades? What levels are you waiting for? I agree. Yeah, the only sweep was that 730 high. I would have liked it better if we did come down towards Alma Centroid, which is the gap fill on SPX. And it was technically the measured straddle low all around that same range. But I guess that would have been too easy. Give me 134. Maybe 121. Hey, check this link I sent you over Discord. It's it should be a free post, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a free post. Hopefully you can access it. $71.30's capping this right now. 7130 seems to be capping this on SPX. Still stuck in between these two negative dealer negative strikes. 7115, 7130. And it looks like we might get premature, but it looks like we might go for the gap fill. Yeah, in that article, I think she was talking about a pullback into next week and a potential topping at around 7280-ish SPX. Now she mentioned on her previous weekly post that she'll start buying up at around 3900. Oh, sorry, 6900 on this pullback. I'm seeing a lot of people entering puts or wanting to enter puts in her chat based on that. U.S. to deploy second aircraft carrier to enforce naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz within days. I feel like any pullback's just going to happen during the weekend. I think Monday was a grind day. Tuesday was a trend, or more trendier. Wednesday was grind. yesterday was trendier after a bit of a grind in the morning. Today, we're grinding it out already. .15 range. Just stuck in here. Zero gamma on the daily. $71.30, $71.15. 70.30. We're long calls. Some long puts too. 71.15. Primarily long puts. Customer long puts, that is. What do you mean? What are you referencing for current situation? Just to make sure we're on the same page. Around in US. Man, I don't have any like intel per se. So the things that I've been following, I know there's a lot going on and a lot of people talking about Trump needing the war to end in order to win the midterms. But I don't think he's going to win the midterms anyways, regardless. And just based on what these guys are saying, like Chem and Alma and a few others that I just kind of come across but don't remember their names, I have to think it's going to be a really long war. Like, I think the whole thing, now this could be conspiracy-ish, but the whole thing about US and Iran is more so trying to ensure that when they do go, when I guess China and US do butt heads. Oh, they've been butting heads, but when they do have that confrontation on the first island chain, which is going to be Taiwan, when that trade route gets disturbed, I think that's when the US will have to kind of fight that war on that front. So I guess the whole Iran situation, they just want to make sure Iran doesn't become a threat later on. So they have to deal with them now in order to deal with China later. That's just all the things that I've been listening to and kind of formed my thoughts on it based off of that. Kind of like similar theory on why Venezuela had to happen. It's also strategic positioning that works against China. Yes, that's also a good point. The Belt and Road Initiative. But this is like the first, well, I guess Ukraine and Russia, their war, like it felt like there was a lot of information available. I don't know if there was definitely like the fog of war, but with the Iran US situation, I learned the fog of war is very real. Like there is the way the market is reacting to certain news when it's I guess unconfirmed source news, and the market reacts, it's just insane. And there's a lot of like fake news coming out and markets reacting and then reverting almost immediately. Yeah, pretty low volume, I agree. Back to 71.30. Maybe we'll finally get that positive drift up from there. But there's nowhere I want to take a shot here. Nothing high probability. Yeah, exactly. That's like one of like worst things that I've done is like sit in a trade and wait for a Trump tweet because you never know when it's gonna happen. I agree. I'm exactly with you on that one. I've been waiting for VIX 20 and I thought things would be quite a bit easier. But when it moves, it's like as if VIX is 25 again, but it's not. And when we don't move, it's it's as if VIX is 13 and we're just chopping around. Like there's no in between right now. Am I on? Can you hear me? Hello? I don't think I muted or anything, so if I'm unable to speak, then I'm having technical difficulties. Can you hear me? I kind of just tested it out with opening the YouTube stream on my phone, and it seems to work okay. Getting that upward drift. Kosha, can you hear me yet? Okay, that's good. Nice. It's a bit odd. I did a few checks and it seemed to register fine earlier. As soon as you said I was on mute, I had to check on YouTube. Yeah, I was. Did you hear me say anything about the Trump tweet, or did you hear me say anything about the VIX? Your VIX comment. From the VIX comment. All I said was about the VIX comment. I was just saying that when the markets do move, it feels like we're at 25 VIX. But when the markets aren't moving and are consolidating, they grind like it's VIX 13. So it's really hard to play. And there's no in between. Even though VIX is 18 right now, 18.7. Yeah, nothing useful. And then I think I was just talking about the gamma chart and the positive drift up that we're getting. And the gamma chart is now showing that we're around 0 gamma. From a daily perspective, we're holding that 0 gamma pretty well. 7178 ES. Yeah, this volume profile looks kind of like a D-shaped pattern. Lowercase d. Or B, depending on where your volume profile is, I guess. Like all the volume is on the low end of the day. But right now it just looks like a positive drift up. Yeah, so this morning I just kind of threw the gamma profile, breakdown by strikes, and a charm chart into Claude just to see what it was saying and having it assess its morning overview or its morning analysis every day, end of day. And today it says if it opens between 71.20 and 71.50, then we might pin towards 71.50, high 71.60. So it's saying you can play a fly candidate centered at 7150. And the wings would be 10 strikes apart. So 7140, 7150, and 7160. But it said the bottom line is today's structure doesn't give a high conviction pre-market fly. So it's going to wait for the midday update that I provided. I'm not seeing any other viewers. I know yesterday we actually got one additional viewer, but only for like 10 minutes. And then they took off. Yeah, for some weird reason it says a total of 4 views, but the peak has only been two viewers at most, and it's been 2 viewers since I started. And normally one of the viewers is me, who has chat open basically. Otherwise I can't read chat. But I know you were saying that typically you only see one viewer, right? Yeah, currently it says 2 concurrent viewers. And it hasn't changed since around like just shortly after 9:30, I think, or around 9:30. I know, kind of odd, right? There's a few times that it said 2 concurrent viewers when the only other viewer was me for chat. We got that positive drift up for the most part. We finally made it past that 7130 decisively. 7150 might be the stop. 7150. 13 points. I couldn't play that long even if I wanted to. There was just nothing to go off of. No entry amount, that is, for me. Just got book map open too, just to see what level 2 data says. And there's some orders sitting in, a lot of orders sitting in at 71.61-ish. On ES. And then on NQ, it's at 27 to 15-ish. Tons of orders just sitting there, and it's been sitting there since. Oh, it's only been like 7 minutes. 7, maybe 10 minutes or so. This is brutal. There's just nothing to trade. Yeah, there's just nothing happening here. Just a positive drift up towards this positive gamma strike, 7150, and potentially 7160. $71.50. Yeah, your 71.78 Koshik might make a lot of sense. Or is it 71.76? 71.78. That makes some good sense. Should line up with the 71.50 on SPX. Yeah, mine now says 3 people are watching, but I don't think that's the case. Need these 71.30, 71.35. 71.30 is customer long puts. 71.35 customer long puts. Over here we got some long calls. At 71.40. And no trades during regular trading hours. Yeah, so far the charm has been correct. Positive drift up. It looks like Vol Signal is saying his obvious target now is 71.50, which is exactly what we're seeing. Positive drift to 71.50. That makes sense. Why positions have been building up there. Because these are customer shorts. So they're betting on the fact that we won't, or the customers are betting that we're not likely to go above here. And if we do, then they start losing profits. Oh, it's short calls and short puts. That's interesting. Customers are short calls and short puts in that. I mean, from a dealer perspective, it's exactly the same. It's treated exactly the same because it has the same delta. Delta impacts, I should say. $71.60 is all short calls. So 1,000 positions are short put at customer short put, and 1,400 positions are customer short calls. If we settle 71.50, they both win. Assuming they hold to end of day. 8:15 a.m. high watch straddle. 8:15 a.m. Let me see what the straddle is currently so we can compare. Times this 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, straddle's 22. Right now, yeah, same, 22. 21.7 to be exact. Yeah, definitely. I love a good consolidation before a breakout. Looks like Nvidia's finally pumping. And I like the positive drift up that both Vol Signals and Alma mentioned today, but I didn't like that it didn't give us an entry off the gap fill, centroid, or straddle low. All that was just underneath by like another 10 points or so. Like 8 to 10 points below the low of day on SPX. Straddle right now is sitting at 20. NQ took the 15-minute or the 8:15 high. ES did not. Likely why we got that reaction. Oh no, actually. No, I don't think it's the reason why we got that reaction. Not sure why we got that one. Let's see. Man, if they were long waiting for 71, 78. It kind of reminds me, well, my that I was just checking the messages. And that guy who was short at 27,341 on NQ ended up getting trailed out, but I think he still got like 150 points or something like that, which is pretty good, really good. He was aiming for NQ's opening gap, the Globex opening gap. Oh man, it is stalling here. It's not. I don't think I can count that as IFVG. Oshik, you don't watch the market at all in the afternoon? Yeah. I like how you said that. Very disciplined. I agree. Afternoon is a different beast. There's no real liquidity injection unless there's news. Which is why I think a lot of the vol signal plays that are pin candidates, they tend to play out in the afternoon a little bit better. Like late morning, early afternoon. And charm kicks in a bit more. And I guess because it's low volume, it's even lower volume in the afternoon, that dealer hedging flows become like the forefront of flows. Barring any major tweets from Trump. ES is really stalling out here. I mean, from a gamma perspective, every time the price moves up, dealers gotta sell, right? So I think that's what you're seeing here into 71.50. Bit of SMT here. A node is building up here too. Now that we spent a reasonable amount of volume up in this price action around 71.73. I mean, you can get about 3 points of risk right now if you enter short, just based off of the SMT alone. I don't love anything, but I might give it a shot on an eval. But I don't think this is going to come down that much. Well, you got some 15-minute fair value gaps, I guess, but it's so slow. Yeah, nothing high probability here. But I gave it a shot on an eval. Let's see what the straddle's looking like. I think we're just decaying away. Yeah, we're seeing a straddle up 19 now. Oh, it's gonna wick me out. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to stay out, in my opinion. I'm not in, like, this is a low probability trade for me. And I'm just taking it in, like, one of the evals. Just to kind of log a trading day. Not that it matters, but I think you made the right decision, though. Even if it plays out, I still think it's the right decision to stay out of this. Just not much to go off of. A bit of SMT at best. We're talking about lower time frame SMT. You could just grind out in this area, move POC up for the session, and then continue up. It's looking like a B pattern, a capital B, a B shape volume profile. And I suppose we already got the move pre-market up, and then we also got the move down. So this is just kind of messing around in that range. $71.50 still seems like the best bet. Showing me the premium too. If it does come down, I'd expect no more than 10 points. But I think it's more likely to head up towards 71.50. Oh, there you go. I got wicked out. I got taken out at the high of the candle. Or local highs. But you said this. You're like, if we're consolidating here, we're likely to just pump. And there we go. 71.60. Man, what was that? Maybe another Netanyahu getting surgery for his prostate cancer. Iran's foreign minister is to convey Iran's considerations in ending the war. This, to me, this is like no news. But we got the push up that we needed. Trump sending Witkoff and Kushner to Pakistan for Iran talks. There's the news. Makes a lot of sense now. Yeah, so that upside bias was correct. From Alma, market is betting on to break the top of Globex, and we took out the Globex highs. Positioning supports that. It provides wide range with a cautious upside bias. Let me check the straddle here. $21.5. This is where it wanted to go. Will we get to Alma's upside pivot at 71.81? I don't know. Iran's foreign minister is to convey Iran's consideration in ending the war. Okay. No, that just showed up twice. Crude's down to 93 on that news. Google to invest up to 30 billion more in Anthropic if targets are hit. Let's check on Google. Amazon's going up nicely. possible. Maybe wait for an IFBG. 5-minute doji is interesting, but VIX near its lows. It's gonna be a while till you see one for ES. So I guess if we move below 71.88, we should, in theory, get one. As if it's slow again. Pretty close to 7,200 on ES too. Don't worry, we're still 5 minutes before 12. I say I don't like anything about today, even the buy on dip. The sell that I took, I think it was just like an itchy finger, but I would not take that in any funded accounts or live accounts. Pretty darn close to the straddle high. But today feels like one of those days where if you didn't take a trade, it was probably the best decision. Even if a trade went your way, it's kind of like, it's like almost like confirmation bias as to why you should have trade, but today was just gross. But that definitely was a vol type move, considering the straddle went up, like IV went up, implied volatility went up, even though VIX went down. This feels like some other news is going to come out. I'm just waiting for the next headline. If it takes a high, we could get an SMT between ES and NQ. Yeah, Alma was saying the target is very magnetic above the pivot, but the pivot's at 7181 SPX, which is still another like 20 points higher from here. But she also said 7150 and 60 are also magnetic under 7181. And she did say that we need vol to catch a bid in order to get towards the upside pivot and upside target. If vol doesn't show up, spot can be magnetized to 71.35.40. But now we're already sitting at 60, so which is technically the next magnetic point. It's just a bunch of magnets today. Can't believe it's so slow here again. Strato's at 20 now. Yeah, now vol signal is saying the test here in this range, 71.65, can potentially open up the door to decay up low to 71.85. Seven five, 7.85. Yeah, 8.5 is on the daily. That was always in play. That's where it's the most magnetic. Nice. I can see why. And you're doing well scalping these 1 minute moves. It's insane. It's looking pretty good so far. Back towards that 71.50 that we hung out at for a little bit. I have to think this is going to hit the 5-minute fair value gap or 15-minute fair value gap at the very least. About 6 more points away, so that should take us back to 71.50 SPX. The question is, would you reverse from there? 169? Whoa, you're going all the way to 169. Amazing. $169. That's about 20 points from here. So it's 37. You know, that would look pretty good too from the gamma chart. Possibly hit 0 gamma again and then bounce for a drift back up. If it should head down all the way down there. But this looks like an opportunity for re-entry off the IFVG inverted fair value gap. Looks like we got someone else who joined us. Hello to the other person who joined the stream. Here's a daily chart. I can still see that drift towards 71.85. Maybe a few more news headlines will help push us up there, but we got to pull back a little, right? Retest that 5-minute news candle and see where we go. IFVG retest on both ES and NQ. Just going to zoom in a little. There's a lot of noise up here too. From a positioning perspective, that is. But I would welcome a retest of 7150, 7145. Maybe even 7140 if you're lucky. You might get it. Gamma chart seems to be okay with it. Koshik, when are you moving your stops to break even? All right, I'm cheering for you. Got my prayers up. So far, it's been respecting the 5-minute ADMA. Just basically every time it touches, it kind of glides along the 5-minute ADMA. This would be the first break if we truly break. I'll wait for you to be done the trade, and I'm gonna show you a screenshot from yesterday. Just looking at a fractal from 2008. This is something I heard on the Macro Dirt podcast. You're probably managing your trade at this moment. Yeah, we definitely have another viewer, unless numbers are just all wonky. I think this one is another viewer. Hey, say hello if you can hear me to the other viewer, if there is one. Yeah, these are the two most prominent gamma zones here. It's 75, 7175, 7150. This 7160 definitely has its own positive gamma effects locally, though it's not showing up like that because it's a dealer positive positioning here. But it definitely is very sticky here. And from the daily perspective, 7185 seems to be where we want to drift to, with no intraday positioning updates. Over here, they're selling a bunch of calls. Customers selling a bunch of calls here, collecting premium. We're not likely to get up there. Priced in straddle takes us to 7169. And then the current straddle sitting at around 20 points. So that could give us a move towards that 75 or back down towards your target. But this positioning is a mess. I want to see us move under 7155 and into that 7150 strike. I'm still showing positive drift up. But the reading is pretty low still. You're looking at about 20, negative 19 charm. Which is, if you look at negative 19, you're looking at about, what is it, 38? multiply by -2, so they're buying about 38 ES contracts every 5 minutes or so. NQ still climbing here. Just hugging that 5-minute ADMA. Nvidia looks due to sweep its all-time highs. It's about 3 points, maybe $2.60 away. The real question is, Koshik, whether you entered before or after 12. I'm just messing with you, by the way. Yeah, since the 1150 update, the 7160 has actually been declining a little. The 7160 strike has been declining a little. Oval 6. Gotcha. It looks like it's going to go for you, though. YM is actually working to your advantage. The only thing working against you is NQ. Because ever since that 15-minute, the 1145 candle, YM closed a doji, a high volume doji, and since then has been declining. right back to the POC. So you just need NQ to play game. YM's kind of popping up a little from its, bouncing a little off of its POC on a 15-minute. NQ went on to make a higher high. So this might be the SMT divergence. Either confirm your trade or we're pumping from here. Brutal that we can't even get like a nice pullback after that high volatility move. I feel like that pullback should have been quick. Pop and Kushner to discuss deal to end war with Iran. Cites 2 officials. Trump admin freezes $344 million in crypto over links to Iran. I'll stick around for a little bit, especially if we have a third person viewing. Hoping that they will say hi, but they might be listening to the stream on mute or with no audio. Actually, would you mind doing me a favor if you're not too busy managing? Just say hi in chat to the other person viewing. Just in case that they're watching it on mute or something. Curious if we can get a response. But right now I'm tracking 3 concurrent viewers. Thanks, Koshik. Right. Let's see if we can get that pullback now. You just need NQ to play game. YM is starting to push lower. $71.50 still seems like the attraction zone right now, or the potential spot for a bounce, with the next level being where your take profit would be, 71.38 SPX. So about 20 points below here. Nvidia is about just under $2 away from sweeping its all-time highs. And it's extremely slow though. And you don't have any reason to close yet. And you have no reason to take profit either. I assume your stop loss is probably at the high of day candle. Maybe one tick above that or something. All right, hopefully this is the SMT divergence you get at the highs between ES and NQ. There you go. I entered a bit late on that one, but after the SMT, waited for that 5-minute to close. Come to think of it, it's probably around your entry. Or maybe just under it. I'll likely scalp this one. Hopefully the 15-minute closes really nicely on the NQ. Oh yeah, the 15 minutes actually shaping up to be a really nice high volume top wick candle on NQ. least the price action has been very consistent in how slow it moves, except for the one news headline. It's just not a lot going on here. It's extremely slow, very consistent with how the market acted prior to the headline news that hit the tape. Some SMT divergence between ES and NQ still holds. Pretty sticky here at 71.60. Would have liked to see a move towards 71.50. I'll be right back, Koshik. Okay, I'm back. One hour into a trade. That's insane. And it's done nothing. Honestly, price action hasn't invalidated this, so I think you just got to continue to hold. Positioning hasn't really changed that much. I think for the top side, it a bit of positions came off up there. Unless you have a time-based invalidation, which some people have. Yeah, that's a good point. It's definitely flirting around the entry, right? So actually, it reminds me of the play that I had earlier this week where I entered. It just kept on messing around. Eventually, I moved stop loss or something like that. Took it off. And then it went. It didn't go by much, but it at least made a lower low. It's really just waiting on a tweet. Press Secretary Levitt. Iran reached out and asked for in-person meeting. Witkoff and Kushner to depart tomorrow morning. Headed to Pakistan on Saturday morning for Iran talks. It is expected that Sharif will meet with Witkoff and Kushner in Pakistan to continue the negotiations. Press Secretary, everyone on standby to fly to Pakistan if necessary. Talks are underway regarding the status of Strait of Hormuz and enriched uranium. Messages are being exchanged concerning these matters. Al Arabia sources. Those are the latest headlines as of 1:06-ish. 1:05. So you might get some volume here. Hopefully you get like a quick dash down from here. So you don't have to sit in this trade for 3 more hours. At least you have the weekend to recharge the emotional capital after this. Straddle as of 1 p.m. is at 16. I didn't see much in terms of orders, level 2 orders on Bookmap until the last like 5-10 minutes or so. Some orders came in on NQ, large orders to the upside. And for ES, there's a reasonable amount of orders at 71.95 all the way to 71.96. They're just sitting there. Midday update from Claude. Not that it really matters, but it's basically saying everything converges on a 71.55 to 71.60 as the pin. 7150 acts as a floor, which makes complete sense based on how we view the positioning here. But it can definitely like flirt in this area for a little bit. I think the true floor is at 7140 if we break into that 7150 area. The divergence, the SMT highs between ES and NQ are definitely still holding. Showing up on the ES, on the 5-minute, 15-minute, 1 hour charts. One headline came out: the controlled destruction of unexploded U.S.-Israel ammunition is the reason for the explosion sound in Kermanshah, Iran. This is from Mer News. Iran mission has transitioned into diplomatic phase. And looks like press secretary ended remarks. So there's your injection of volume. My stops were sitting at 95 for quite some time since I've entered. Came pretty close to hitting. Ever since the NQ 5-minute candle closed with closed SMT to ES. That's basically when I entered. all those orders that were sitting above on Bookmap that I mentioned, they came off about 5 minutes ago, probably when the press secretary ended remarks. There still seems to be some news headlines coming out from the press secretary, though, even though it said ends remarks on Fox News. Iranians want to talk in person. We hope for positive developments from talk. Speaking to reporters. Oh, I see. It's probably the Q&A period. We have seen progress from the Iranian side in recent days. U.S. banks show solid earnings momentum and modest capital. Modest capital drift. That's from Fitch Ratings. Fed case not necessarily dropped. Iranian officials say Iran continued to exchange messages behind the scenes in an effort to resume dialogue with the U.S. The New York Times. Iranian officials Galibaf will not participate in the next round of negotiations in Islamabad. I guess that was the 7150 bounce. Just so slow. It's so slow that like there's no momentum. Just blast through 7150 and into 7145 or 7140. That would have been ideal. That was my break even. Hopefully it goes for you. I think you got a better entry than me. I think the most I saw was like 5 points there. I'll also see if I can add an audio visualizer to the stream or to the screen. So that way, if I'm talking, it should at least show up in case you're not hearing anything. I gotta mess around with it though to see if it'll be something easy that I can add. There you go, Koshik. I just had to close that break even first. And then I'll move for you. Anyways, since it's so slow, I wanted to show you this this chart that I basically drew some values onto it and some key dates. Let's see if I can pop it up. All right, you should see it on the screen now. This is the guy on Macro Dirt podcast brought this up, and he said that this reminds him of when Bear Stearns basically went under. So even though like the Strait of Hormuz is closed and that whole Middle East area is almost like at its choke point, it's going to affect everyone. The only problem is positioning will not allow for the markets to come down. And it reminds him of Bear Stearns, because the moment that Bear Stearns was announced that they went under, which was around, I think, March 16th, 2008, the markets actually pumped like 14% over a number of weeks first. So like from mid-March to about mid-May, maybe even June, pumped about 14%. And then it finally started to turn over. So it was just an interesting comparison, because he was saying that it reminds him of like the Bear Stearns moment, where everything is like hitting the fan, but the market continues to rise up for whatever reason. And after it's done rising up, it'll start taking a turn. The only difference is when Bear Stearns had the issue, they didn't go on to make a new all-time high, whereas SPX did go on to make a new all-time high after bottoming out at around like that 6,300 SPX range. So I thought that was quite interesting to hear from the latest Macro Dirt podcast. They aren't normally doomers. Tony Greer is like a trend follower for the most part. He waits for trends, whereas Jared Dillian likes to play. He has contrarian plays. Oh, yeah, you got ticked out, eh? Yeah, it just wasn't moving. I thought we might head down to 7150 as like the first target, but it just bounced right off of it. 7150.5 on SPX. But their positioning technically allowed a move down towards the target that you had. Which would have been around 7140 SPX, I believe. Plus or minus. But it just didn't want to go there. But 7140, I would expect a bounce. But we ended up getting it at 10 points, so about 10 points higher or so. 71.75 came back on. But yeah, I think I'm going to call this one a day. I won't be playing anything unless like something interesting happened, like we swept the low end somehow. Yeah, I'll see you on Monday. Take care. Have a good weekend.